The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., December 4th, 2023. I hereby appoint the Honorable Laurel M. Lee to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9th, 2023, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties, with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 1:50 p.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Guam, Mr. Moylan, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to welcome the establishment of the U.S. Coast Guard base Guam, the Coast Guard's new dedicated base of operations in my district, focused on logistics and operational supporting throughout the Western Pacific. Under the command of Commander Dana Hyatt, the opening of this new base signifies a milestone in the relationship between our nation and the region allies in the Pacific. As illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, also known as IUU, continues to plague the region, it is essential that the U.S. Coast Guard expand its presence accordingly to counter IUU fishing in the U.S. territorial waters and those of our allies in the freely associated states. The Coast Guard's role in search and rescue operations is also invaluable. Just last month, in a joint Navy Coast Guard operations, a Navy helicopter saved 3 divers 29 miles off the coast of Guam. It took just 2 hours from the report of the missing divers for them to be pulled out of the water. I applaud the tireless efforts of our Coast Guard and sailors for saving these divers, and the dozens of others they saved off Guam every year. Guam's location in the Indo-Pacific is vital to keeping a free and open Pacific and supports our military in its missions to protect the interests of the United States in the region. This new base reasserts a core idea that keeps our island and nation safe. What is good for Guam is good for America. Madam Speaker, I could not be prouder to welcome these new Coast Guard men and their families to our beautiful island, and I look forward to continuing to support and grow the partnership between the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of Defense, and the people of Guam. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Holy God, as we approach the winter of another year, we are reminded how quickly time flies and how fleeting our lifetimes. As sobering as this thought is, may it not paralyze us, but instead propel us to pray, to appreciate how you have received us into your gracious and eternal plan. We pray then that in the time we've been given, time with our families, in our vocations, in the moments we share, that we would take the time to love each other deeply. For all the mistakes we make and the missteps we take each day, if we have loved, then you, in your mercy, all else will fall away. May we demonstrate our love through hospitality to those around us, offering what we have without grumbling, but sharing the gifts you have so graciously given us to serve others. And when we speak today, may we do so as if we are speaking the very words that would come from your mouth. And as we serve you, may we do so with the strength you alone provide. In all things that we attempt and accomplish today, may you be pleased with our desire to bring glory to you. For it is in your eternal and gracious name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, chaps. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announced to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The chair will now lead the House in the Pledge of the Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Say again. The chair will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. Seeing none, pursuant to Clause 12 Alpha of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the chair.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on the motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1547 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 137, H.R. 1547, a bill to direct the Secretary of Transportation to conduct a study on the cost and benefits of commuter rail passenger transportation involving transfers and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Keene, and the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia, Ms. Norton, will each control 20 minutes. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent. The members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material into the record on H.R. 1547 as amended.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 1547, which requires the Secretary of Transportation to conduct a study analyzing the costs and benefits of providing commuter rail service that does not require riders to change trains. Furthermore, the Secretary must submit the report to the Transportation Infrastructure Committee and the Senate Committee on Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs within 1 year of the legislation enactment. The one-seat ride issue for commuter rail passengers is something that I champion both here and in the New Jersey State Senate. Examining this issue is a priority for my constituents that rely on New Jersey Transit. Anyone living in the 7th Congressional District of New Jersey or along the Raritan Valley line can describe the difficulties of commuting to and from New York City. The 7th District residents who travel to and from Manhattan by train are regularly frustrated with unnecessary delays, mainly due to the aged infrastructure, often making weekly commutes hours longer than they need to be. Worsening matters, passengers traveling on the New Jersey Transit Raritan Valley line must change trains, almost always on a different track, at Newark Penn Station to make this trip to the city and back. During peak commute hours, Raritan Valley passengers have very little time to make their way alongside thousands of others rushed passengers through Newark Penn Station. These daily transfers make trips longer and increasingly exhausting for passengers. The longer commute times cause commuters to spend less time with their families, make it more difficult to make a child's sporting events, scouting meetings, and be absent from those cherished family dinners. According to the Raritan Valley Coalition, the RVL makes up about 10% of New Jersey Transit's daily ridership system-wide. Additionally, the impact of a one-seat ride service has been studied in a report published by the Regional Plan Association. The report shows its impacts on towns surrounding the train line in a positive way. Rail lines with one-seat ride service into Manhattan are more desirable and encourage more development of residential housing units, retail stores, and offices located near existing train stations. Some benefits of a town with one-seat ride options are towns with one-seat ride service have fewer vacancies and more diverse and economically viable selection of restaurants, stores, and offices in downtown, increasing train service westbound, allowing towns along the RVL, east and west, to flourish. My hope is that in the future is to get as many commuters on rail traveling westbound in the morning as they do eastbound. One-seat ride on the RVL is something that my constituents and many New Jerseyans want to see become a reality before the completion of the Gateway project years down the road. I would like to thank Representative Watson Coleman of New Jersey for co-sponsoring this legislation, and I will note this bill passed out of committee with strong bipartisan support. Madam Speaker, I urge the support of this legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from the District of Columbia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, this bill would direct the Department of Transportation to conduct a study of the benefits of one-seat commuter transit nationwide and the local and the obstacles, transit agencies face in providing this level of service. This bill also would require cost-benefit analysis for one specific rail transit line, New Jersey Transit's Raritan Valley Line. A comprehensive study was completed last year by New Jersey Transit on this topic. The study concluded that the best option to provide better transit service for that region is to move ahead with the Gateway program, which will provide more capacity for all New Jersey transit lines that go into New York Penn Station. Local officials in New Jersey and New York are actively pursuing that option and have received substantial funding from the Biden administration, including under the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, through the Mega Grant Program, the Federal-State Partnership, and the Capital Investment Grant Program. Currently, the Federal Transit Administration staff are working hard to finalize a full funding grant agreement to deliver $6.9 billion for the new Hudson River Tunnel, which would be the largest capital investment grant in history. For those who are interested in supporting more New Jersey transit service, or for those of you from other parts of the country who have your own transit priorities, one of the best ways to support them is for Congress to provide substantial funding through the Capital Investment Grant Program. Given that, I have a request for my colleagues today. In addition to just voting to study the need for more transit service, I would encourage you to support funding for more transit service. I urge my colleagues to support this bill and work forward and work toward sustainable transit investment. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no more speakers, and I'm prepared to close. I reserve.
Reserve. Gentlewoman from the District of Columbia is recognized.
Do you want to speak on? Oh, I have no more speakers, and so I yield.
Okay. The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Yep. Now, Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. H.R. 1547 represents an important step in improving the commuter experience for all individuals who rely on transit, and the bill also ensures that specifically as it reviews the broad issue that is on the Raritan Valley, New Jersey Transit Raritan Valley line as it is examined. Madam Speaker, I urge support of this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 1547? Those in favor? Those say aye. Those opposed? In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Madam Speaker?
Does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
I demand the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass S 992 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 992, an act to amend the Intermodal Surface Transportation Efficiency Act of 1991 to designate the Texas and New Mexico portions of the future interstate designated segments of the Port to Plains corridor as Interstate Route 27 and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Keene, and the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia, Ms. Norton, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials into the record on S 992 as amended.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am proud to rise in support of S 992, the I-27 Numbering Act of 2023, a bipartisan bill that has passed the Senate. The House Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure favorably reported companion legislation that amended a bill introduced by Congressman Jody Arrington in November. This legislation officially designates segments of the Ports to Plains corridor in Texas, previously marked as a future federal interstate route at Interstate Route 27. The Ports to Plains corridor connects the other highways span from the U.S.-Mexico border in Texas through our country's heartland to Alberta, Canada, and serves as a crucial infrastructure asset for American agriculture and energy accessibility. This designation will benefit farmers, ranchers, and producers across Texas and the country, boosting our trade economy. Madam Speaker, I urge support of this legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from D.C. is recognized.
Madam Speaker, this bill would designate portions of the Ports to Plains corridor in Texas as the future Interstate 27. This route plays an important role in commerce, helping to facilitate the movement of agricultural products from hubs to market. This bill incorporates technical assistance from the Federal Highway Administration to prevent duplicate routing numbering from being used on different roadway spurs. This change will make the designation clearer for travelers. Similar bipartisan legislation passed the Senate by unanimous consent this year. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, and thank you to my colleagues as well. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of Senate 992 to officially designate the Texas and New Mexico portions of future interstate designated segments of the Ports to Plains corridor as Interstate Route 27. The Ports to Plains corridor is a significant north-south transportation corridor that will unlock transportation capabilities for the energy industry in the Permian Basin and enhance Texas's key economic engines of international trade, energy, and the largest agricultural production in the country. This is a big deal for this part of the United States, specifically for Texas. When you think about energy security being national security, Interstate 27 is going to play a massive role in allowing the delivery of that energy, not just to our country, but also throughout the rest of the world. In addition, food security is national security, and Interstate 27 will play a massive role in allowing the delivery of food to our own country. This new designation literally paves the way for safer roads in West Texas and clearly marks Midland and Odessa as the energy hub of our nation. I want to thank Chairman Jody Arrington, Senator Ted Cruz for their hard work, their partnership on this important issue, and I encourage my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this legislation to make sure that we can continue to deliver energy and food throughout the United States. With that, I yield back.
Thank you.
The gentleman
And I reserve.
reserves.
Yep.
The gentlewoman from D.C. is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I wish to yield 2 minutes to my friend Representative Cuellar from Texas.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my good friend Representative Norton for her leadership on getting this bill to the floor, and I thank you for yielding to me. I also want to thank my good friend Mr. Pfluger, and especially my good friend Mr. Arrington for carrying this legislation. On the Senate side, it was Senator Cruz, Senator Lujan, Senator Cornyn for their work on this important legislation. I rise in support of this bill to designate a portion of the Ports to Plains corridor as Interstate 27. I-27 starts in my hometown of Laredo, Texas, which ranks #1 number one in trade of all the nation's 450 airports, seaports, and border crossings. It starts off in Laredo and then goes up into West Texas and goes off to into New Mexico. In FY22 in the appropriations bill, I was able to secure language designating this as a future interstate, making it eligible for federal funding. This bill today formally names it the I-27 in Texas and in New Mexico. Upgrading this route to an interstate will result in $17.2 billion of an increase in the Texas GDP and 178,000 of new jobs. I certainly urge my colleagues in the House to pass this bipartisan bill to support trade growth in Texas and New Mexico. I see my good friend, Mr. Arrington, and I want to thank him for his leadership in West Texas. And I'm glad that we're able to connect Laredo with West Texas and on to New Mexico. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington.
I thank the gentleman from New Jersey, and I am thrilled to once again join forces with my close friend, ally, and champion for rural America, Henry Cuellar, to do some good not only for Texas or for the food, fuel, and fiber capital of the world, which is West Texas, but to provide energy dominance and agriculture security and independence for this great nation of ours. No small thing for the hardworking, God-fearing, freedom-loving people in rural America. And I'm not just talking about West Texas where we're from, Henry. I'm saying all up and down the backbone of the United States of America and heartland communities, all the way from the largest inland port in Laredo, as you mentioned, to the Canadian border. That ag and energy corridor is critical for our food security and energy independence. And it will more seamlessly and cost effectively and safely move that product, that critical product, to export terminals and markets around the world, giving our farmers, ranchers, and energy producers a much needed advantage. Mr. Cuellar and I worked together on many of the elements that I see as essential to the future prosperity of rural America. I always say rural America is not just the energy basin and breadbasket, it's the backbone of America's traditional values. And again, I want to thank Mr. Cuellar for being such a loud and proud champion for these forgotten men and women. But the formula is straightforward. We need freer markets, less taxes and regulations, namely. We need fairer trade deals for our producers and manufacturers. And Mr. Cuellar and I worked hand in hand on USMCA, a much better deal for these United States of America, and especially the workers here, the best workers in the world here in the United States, a reliable farm bill safety net, which we're working on and have to, as the chair lady knows, we have to get the next farm bill done so that we can provide stability in the ag economy. And finally, critical infrastructure. Well, Mr. Cuellar and I have worked on new payment models for rural hospitals that provided greater access for these hardworking folks. And now we've got this artery from Laredo through my hometown of Plainview. I grew up, Mr. Cuellar, just not even a mile from I-27. And to think that this project has come to fruition, at least on the Texas and New Mexico side. And if we can connect those dots all the way to Canada, I think we are going to bless generations of not only folks in Laredo and the greater West Texas area, but we're going to bless Americans all over this country. You know, we have the lowest spend in terms of discretionary spending for families on food. And a big part of that is our producers, but another piece is critical infrastructure. So I want to say hats off to Henry Cuellar, my Democrat co-lead. I want to thank Senator Cruz and Cornyn, the leads in the Senate, August Pfluger, Ronnie Jackson, Tran Teresa Fernandez, Troy Nels, Lance Gooden, and then, of course, the folks from Ports to Plains, led by John Osborne and James Bouchamp from Midland, Odessa, who leads Motran. A lot of partners here to make this a success. But what a great day for rural America. And God bless my partner and friend, Henry Cuellar, and God bless those freedom-loving people out working hard to feed and clothe the American people in rural America. I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
I yield. I have no more speakers.
The gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from New Jersey.
I reserve. I have no speakers either. So okay. I yield myself sometimes as I may consume.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, I am proud to support this bipartisan legislation championed by my colleague, Mr. Arrington of Texas, here in the House, along with Mr. Cruz and Mr. Cornyn in the Senate. Ports to Plains corridor connects with other routes to span more than 2,300 miles across 8 states. It connects significant agriculture and energy centers to the rest of our nation, which relies on these industries. This bill ensures congressional follow-through on this designation by formally naming segments of the corridor in Texas as Interstate Route 27 and will contribute to the continuity of American advantages in agriculture, international trade, connectivity, and economic development. Madam Speaker, I urge support of this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 992 as amendment? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4688.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 221, H.R. 4688, a bill to direct the Administrator of General Services to sell the property known as the Webster School.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Keene, and the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia, Ms. Norton, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material into the record on H.R. 4688.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I want to thank Delegate Holmes Norton and the Economic Development, Public Buildings, and Emergency Management Subcommittee, Chairman Perry, for their leadership on this bill to shed wasted space in the federal government's real estate portfolio. H.R. 4688 directs the General Services Administration to sell the vacant Webster School building in downtown Washington, D.C. The Webster School was originally purchased by GSA at the request of the Secret Service in 2003. However, for 20 years, no plans or funding have been secured for its federal use, and the building sits vacant, in disrepair, in the middle of downtown D.C. It makes no sense for taxpayers to pay for buildings that have never been occupied and have no real use or benefit. I was pleased to see, after the committee's passage of H.R. 4688 in July, that GSA notified Congress of its intent to dispose of the Webster School, along with 22 other unneeded properties across the country. However, it is important that we pass this bill to ensure that the property is actually sold and sold for the highest market value. Madam Speaker, I urge support of this legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from District of Columbia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, this bill, which I introduced with Public Building Subcommittee Chair Scott Perry, would direct the General Services Administration to sell the federal property known as the Daniel Webster School in the District of Columbia for fair market value by December 31st, 2025. Built in 1882, the Daniel Webster School, a red brick 3-story building, has been used for a variety of purposes over the years. However, since the 1980s, the building, which is located in downtown D.C., has been vacant and has fallen into disrepair. The General Services Administration purchased the Webster School 20 years ago, yet the school remains unoccupied, draining the General Service Administration's resources for decades. This bill would return the site to productive use. During my service in Congress, I have enacted bipartisan bills to transfer unused and underused federal land in D.C. to the D.C. government or to private sector, or to the private sector to redevelop neighborhoods and to generate tax revenue. This includes the southeast and southwest waterfronts. My hope is to see the Daniel Webster School similarly reactivated. The sale provision in this bill is the same as the sale provision in the bill enacted in 2016 that directed the General Services Administration to sell the general property in D.C. known as the Cotton Annex, which is now being converted into housing. I thank Chairman Perry for his partnership on this bill. I urge my colleagues to support this bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no more speakers, and I'm prepared to close. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady is recognized.
I have no further speakers, and I yield, Madam Chair.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman is recognized.
Yep. Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
In closing, this bill is a small but necessary step in the right sizing of the federal real estate portfolio. The federal real estate portfolio has far too much empty space as it is, and we should not hold on to any property that has known empty buildings at taxpayers' expense. Madam Speaker, I urge support of this legislation and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4688? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition? Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2988, the Tran Research Act, as amended. Clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 2988, a bill to provide for Department of Energy and National Aeronautics and Space Administration.
Clerk will suspend. Mr. Speaker, I misspoke. I meant to ask for H.R. 1734. Clerk will report the title of the bill. Does the gentleman mean to suspend the rules and concur to the Senate amendment? Yes. Clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1734, an act to require coordinated National Institute of Standards and technology, science, and research activities regarding illicit drugs containing xylazine, novel synthetic opioids, and other substances of concern and for other purposes. Senate amendment.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lofgren, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oklahoma. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extemporaneous material on H.R. 1734, the bill now under consideration. Without objection. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume. Recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 1734, the Tran Research Act, sponsored by my friend Representative Collins. This is an important bill that will help us combat the dangers of novel synthetic opioids. Unfortunately, there is no area of our country that hasn't been touched by the deadly fentanyl epidemic. Now these drugs are being mixed with animal tranquilizers to create deadly new combinations. Drugs like Tran are presenting new challenges to law enforcement, healthcare professionals, and first responders. H.R. 1734 authorizes critical research and development to help us better understand, detect, and handle these drugs. With that knowledge, we can help to slow their spread and reduce lives lost to these deadly drugs. This bill takes advantage of the tremendous expertise of the National Institutes of Standard and Technology, which is already doing cutting-edge work on detecting and analyzing fentanyl. The passage of the Tran Research Act, NIST will be able to apply their expertise to these dangerous new variants. This bill authorizes NIST's work to quickly identify illicit drugs, analyze them, and establish best practices for first responders to handle these dangerous substances. By doing that, it provides critical protections for the police officers and EMTs that encounter these drugs, helping them to stay safe and protected as they do their work. It will also give us the knowledge we need to stop the spread of Tran and other novel synthetic opioids. This bill has already passed the House with a unanimous bipartisan vote of 425 to 0. I'd like to see that same level of backing today. I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume. I rise today in support of this bill that I proudly co-sponsored, and I'd also like to thank my colleagues, Representatives Caregiver and Collins, for leading this legislation, as well as Chairman Lucas for his support. We need to thank Senators Peter Welch and Ted Cruz over in the other body for their work. Synthetic opioids, such as fentanyl, have taken a terrible toll on communities across this country, including in my own district. Fentanyl is now involved in more deaths of Americans under 50 than any other cause of death. This epidemic is a horrifying ordeal, and now our communities must deal with various chemicals being added to these drugs to enhance their effects and also make them harder to detect. One chemical that criminals have started to use is a common animal tranquilizer called xylazine. When added to fentanyl, this animal tranquilizer can have terrible side effects, including horrible wounds at the injection site. These additives are also consequential to our first responders and law enforcement as they deal with these drugs on the street. Drug mixtures usually contain a very small amount of synthetic opioids, which makes it very difficult to detect and hard to identify new variants. Even small amounts of some substances can be dangerous for law enforcement and public health officers to handle. This bill would address these challenges by leveraging the National Institutes of Standard and Technology's unique research capabilities to help develop technologies to quickly characterize and safely handle street drugs. For decades, the nation's measurement laboratory has helped to develop safe and effective drug treatment detection techniques, and handling practices. NIST also collects and analyzes drug samples in circulation, and this helps health authorities and law enforcement to better respond to this crisis. This bill would codify and enhance those ongoing efforts. It also adds reporting requirements for NIST and for GAO so that Congress can better understand our federal capabilities in responding to this crisis. This is a good example of how we can activate the unique expertise in our government labs to benefit communities across this country. It's also a good example of the bipartisan work that we do in the Science Committee. I thank my colleagues again, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from California reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized. Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Collins, to speak on his bill. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you for yielding, Mr. Chairman, and thank you also for your leadership of the Science Committee. You know, it's great serving with you on the Committee of the Future. Colleagues, I rise in support of the Tran Act, which I did introduce in March, and this bill did pass the Science Committee and the House unanimously. It then passed the Senate unanimously, amended to include some technical changes and a reporting requirement on America's ability to address the growing threat of new psychoactive drugs. I support these changes, and I ask you to join me in sending this common sense bill to the President for his signature. As you'll recall, the Tran Act directs the National Institute of Standards and Technology to study dangerous fentanyl additives like xylazine that are putting the public and law enforcement at risk. Xylazine, which is also known as the zombie drug, is a dangerous substance containing a veterinary tranquilizer that makes fentanyl even more dangerous than what it already is. The zombie drug has been popping up in nearly every state, and the DEA is reporting a substantial increase in the amount of fentanyl seized that contain this deadly additive. Exposure, and that's right, just exposure to these drugs, whether you're taking them or not, can be deadly. And that means that law enforcement officers who are finding these drugs are in danger. And this research is going to help them identify ways to detect fentanyl and its additives in the field, and therefore take appropriate measures to protect themselves while keeping our communities safe. Folks, this bill is one piece of a much larger fight against fentanyl and the other drugs plaguing our communities and ending so many lives prematurely. By understanding what these additives are, how to test for them, and how to safely handle them, we can better protect our first responders and our Border Patrol agents. With that, I'd like to thank everyone who has made this moment possible. Representative Caregiver, Chairman Lucas, Ranking Member Lofgren, members of the Science Committee, thank you for your help getting this bill across the finish line. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Mr. Chairman, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As Mr. Collins has just remarked, he and Dr. Caregiver took the lead on this legislation. We are fortunate indeed that Dr. Caregiver is here in our body, dedicated to our constituents, but also bringing the expertise that a medical doctor can have to an item like this. With gratitude, I yield to Dr. Caregiver such time as she may consume.
Thank you, Ranking Member Lofgren. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 1734, the Tran Research Act. I would also like to thank my colleagues, Congressman Mike Collins, Chairman Frank Lucas, and Ranking Member Zoe Lofgren for working with me to run this bipartisan legislation. I would also like to thank Senators Peter Welch and Ted Cruz for moving this bill through the Senate. As a doctor, I have seen firsthand the horrific impact the drug crisis has had on families in my community and across the country. Last year alone, more than 107,000 Americans lost their lives to drug overdoses, due in large part to the crisis. Fentanyl is a drug with very high potency that is relatively easy to manufacture, and criminals making fentanyl can add different chemicals to change its molecular structure, creating a variant that is novel and difficult to detect. Just in the past year, we have seen a dramatic increase in criminals mixing a common animal tranquilizer called xylazine with fentanyl. If injected, this combination can have horrible side effects, including large wounds at the injection site that have led to limb amputations. Horrifyingly, Tran is already spreading across the country. Having seen the disastrous effect fentanyl has had on Colorado, I am proud to lead the charge to act against xylazine now to protect our families. But one of the major challenges we face to combat drugs like fentanyl and xylazine is detecting them. These drug mixtures usually contain a very small amount of the drug, and traditional laboratory methods are not designed to detect or identify new drug variants. The Tran Research Act addresses this challenge by leveraging our nation's scientific capabilities to allow our first responders to be able to detect, identify, and better understand novel opioids and other substances. Additionally, thanks to our partners in the Senate, the bill will also help Congress conduct oversight over federal programs to respond to threats from new psychoactive substances like xylazine. We know combating the drug crisis will take bipartisan action. I look forward to continuing to work with Congressman Collins and my colleagues to get this bill signed by the President and to keep pushing for common sense solutions that both parties can agree on to keep American families safe. Thank you, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman of Reserves, gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized. Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time and am prepared to close once the gentlelady from California does.
Mr. Speaker, we have no further speakers, and so I yield back.
Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield myself as much time as I might consume. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to note that when this bill is signed by the President, it'll be the first bill signed by a freshman in the 118th Congress to become law. And congratulations on my friend Representative Collins for this achievement. I think it's a reflection of just how important this topic is, and I'm so glad our colleagues have all recognized the growing dangers of novel synthetic opioids and have given this bill such strong support. Again, I want to thank Representative Collins and my colleagues for everything that you've done to help support this, and I urge all my colleagues to support it. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 1734? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the Senate amendment is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1713, the DOE and USDA Interagency Research Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 1713, a bill to provide for Department of Energy and Department of Agriculture joint research and development activities and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lofgren, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oklahoma.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extemporaneous material on H.R. 1713, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 1713, the DOE and USDA Interagency Research Act. This bill allows the Department of Energy and the Department of Agriculture to work together to improve how we grow our food, fiber, and fuel in America. As a farmer and rancher myself, I'm proud to sponsor this bill, which will help us address cross-cutting research challenges that will advance crop science, maximize carbon storage, enhance precision agricultural technologies, and more. DOE and USDA already have a successful track record of collaboration to mitigate invasive species, to modernize the grid, address the energy-water nexus, develop biofuels, and improve agricultural operations. DOE has some of the country's most advanced computing capacities, as well as world-class research facilities and a depth of scientific expertise. These resources can be used to support the work being done by America's farmers and ranchers, ultimately strengthening our agricultural production. The bill before us today is smart, bipartisan legislation that codifies the partnership between DOE and USDA, ensuring they can continue to work together on these interdisciplinary challenges. I want to thank my ranking member, Zoe Lofgren, for working with me on this legislation and helping to pass it through the Science Committee with unanimous support. I appreciate her support of agricultural research, and I urge all of my colleagues to join us in supporting this bill. I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise in support of this bill. This bipartisan bill introduced by Chairman Lucas and myself authorizes cross-cutting joint research and development between the Department of Energy and the U.S. Department of Agriculture. Together, these agencies leverage their incredible capabilities to address some of our multidisciplinary research challenges in crop science, carbon storage, and precision agriculture technologies. Codifying the partnership between these agencies is a testament to our commitment to combat climate change and to serve the agricultural communities like those in my district and throughout the nation. We generated substantial momentum through the Bipartisan CHIPS and Science Act, which included research support towards agricultural productivity improvement goals. This bill will sustain and strengthen this momentum by empowering deeper cooperation between two of our top science agencies, enabling national research and ag capability to fully realize the opportunities presented by new and emerging technologies. The technologies that are being used on farms in my district are really cutting edge. For example, on farms in my district, there is in use a giant machine that roams the field and by computer identifies weeds and zaps them with lasers. This is done automatically, doesn't use any pesticides, and those weeds are permanently gone. It's really an example of how we are entering a high-tech area in precision agriculture, and the federal government can help facilitate progress in this field through bills like the one before us today. With this, I encourage all of my colleagues to support this bill, and as we have no additional speakers, I'd be happy to yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time and prepared to close once the gentlelady from California does.
Sorry. Gentleman has the only time remaining.
Then, Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may.
Gentleman is recognized.
Have. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we've heard, H.R. 1713, the DOE and USDA Interagency Research Act, is smart bipartisan policy to make it easier to address the agricultural research challenges facing our nation. By passing this bill, we are supporting the science and technology that will enable easier production agriculture. Once again, I'd like to thank Ranking Member Zoe Lofgren for her support of this critical issue. I urge all my colleagues to join in supporting this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields. Question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1713 as amendment? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Any opinion of the chair? 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2980, the DOE and NSF Interagency Research Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 2980, a bill to provide for Department of Energy and National Science Foundation research and development coordination and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lofgren, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oklahoma.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extemporaneous material on H.R. 2980, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I might consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 2980, the DOE and NSF Interagency Research Act. This bill supports the long-standing partnership between the Department of Energy and the National Science Foundation, allowing them to work on cutting-edge research and technology challenges. DOE is our nation's largest supporter of basic research in the physical sciences, while NSF is the backbone of the collaborative research environment between government and academia. Together, they can tackle some of the nation's toughest challenges in physics, quantum information sciences, artificial intelligence, and material science. The bill enhances both DOE and NSF's capacities and leverages each other's investments in research and development, maximizing the impact of our taxpayer dollars.
There's never been a more important time for this kind of breakthrough research. The Chinese Communist Party has made it no secret of their goal to surpass us as the world leader in science and technology. They are attempting to outspend us, outeducate us, and outpace us in everything from quantum computing to advanced manufacturing. They know that the nation that leads the way in technological development sets the rules of the road and determines how that technology will be used. We simply cannot afford to live in a world where China is technologically ahead of us. It's bad for our economy and dangerous for our national security. So we must ensure our investments in research and development go as far as possible. This bill helps us do that. By authorizing the collaboration between DOE and NSF, we are maximizing our return on investments and ensuring we can stay on the cutting edge of technological development. I want to thank my colleagues, Representative Stevens and Representative Baird, for introducing this important legislation and shepherding it through the Science Committee, where it passed unanimously. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume. I rise in support of this bill. This bipartisan bill introduced by Ms. Stevens and Mr. Baird authorizes collaborative research between the Department of Energy and the National Science Foundation in critical areas of our national competitiveness. It builds on the longstanding partnership between these agencies to leverage each other's investments and expertise in a wide range of fields, including quantum science, artificial intelligence, fusion energy, and advanced manufacturing. Alongside these research partnerships, it also authorizes collaborative initiatives in education and training and development of a strong STEM workforce. We will not be able to succeed unless we have the talented workforce to get the job done. Lastly, it promotes secure data and information transfer capabilities between both agencies to develop a shared agile data ecosystem. In a time when many emerging technologies are on our doorstep, it's important that we empower our leading science agencies to work with each other to capture these interdisciplinary opportunities. Both NSF and DOE have an extensive history of joint activities, such as support for the development of the Vera C. Rubin Observatory, a world-class tool for scientific discovery in astronomy. The DOE and NSF Interagency Research Act strengthens the legislative foundation that was set in the CHIPS and Science Act, and this enables both agencies to foster a more collaborative research environment to maximize their collective impacts on our nation. For all of these reasons, I strongly urge all of my colleagues to support this bill. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from California reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized. Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I reserve the balance of my time. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the Science Committee is blessed to have many talented members of Congress dedicated to science and our future. One of them is one of the co-authors of this bill, a senior member of the committee and a talented member of Congress, and I yield to Ms. Stevens such time as she may consume.
Gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to Ranking Member Lofgren for her very kind and generous words. I can only hope that my constituents in Michigan hear the praise from a ranking member from the great state of California for the work that we do together on the Science Committee. And certainly it's a sincere privilege to be also joined on the floor today with our chairman, Mr. Lucas. And as he reminded us with the Trank legislation that Ms. Caregiver and Mr. Williams will be the first members of the freshman class to get a bill signed into law for this term in Congress. It wasn't all too long ago when Dr. Baird and myself shared that same distinction for the building blocks of STEM education, the bill that we passed through the Science Committee, through the House floor, and alongside our colleagues in the Senate, getting it signed into law on December 24th, 2019. So suffice to say, Dr. Baird and I were not at the White House for the Science signing of the building blocks of STEM Act. But today, Dr. Baird and I are pleased to offer the DOE and NSF Research Interagency Act to the House floor, a bill that has already passed through the Science Committee. The Department of Energy and the National Science Foundation represent some of our nation's most cutting-edge research activities, as has been shared by our committee leadership, supporting the innovation that we require to solve our most pressing issues and remain competitive on the world stage. And the DOE and NSF employees in particular, who are not necessarily two buildings that are right next to each other. They're in a similar geographic area, but they do not share building space. The employees and the funded researchers are world-renowned scientific minds, and they're pushing on the door of what we think is possible. They're making science fiction a reality every single day. And we encourage and implore their activities to proliferate, to manifest, and to continue to come together, particularly on the heels of the CHIPS and Science Act, a bill that many of us, including myself on the Science Committee, helped to author and pass through into law just a little over a year ago. And if we are going to achieve the goals of CHIPS and Science without the full funding, particularly for the NSF, we need this legislation. We need the interagency efforts of DOE and NSF to come together. And we will continue to promote cross-functionality of research. If it is with Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory in fusion science, if it is combining the DOE's expertise in computational sciences, including the scientific potential of the fastest supercomputers in the world, and what NSF is doing with artificial intelligence, machine learning will continue to be key to unlocking the metrics needed to create safe and trustworthy AI applications. So yes, the United States can continue to lead in this innovation sector. Combining NSF's material science expertise, which the United States is in a phenomenal race to lead on, with the work being done across the Department of Energy and the national laboratories on critical minerals, will be key not only to untangling our supply chains, but by creating a circular economy that promotes worker safety and environmental protections while securing our economic prosperity, energy independence, and national security for decades to come. And lastly, combining the work that both agencies are doing with quantum technologies will be key to unlocking the potential of this revolutionary emerging technology, including for our manufacturers and applications for cybersecurity. So these are just some of the examples of the amazing potential that fostering a partnership between the Department of Energy and the National Science Foundation will mean for our nation and the next generation, proving once again that federal sciences are the key to our nation's future. So I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this bill to push forward our nation's scientific ecosystem and bolster our competitiveness on the world stage. And thank you. I yield back.
California reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized. Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time and am prepared to close once the gentlelady from California does.
We have no additional speakers, so I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The woman yields. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized. Mr. Speaker, once again I rise in support of H.R. 2980, the DOE and NSF Interagency Research Act. This will accelerate U.S. competitiveness in emerging technology areas and key economic sectors, while enabling taxpayer dollars to be used more efficiently, allowing more to be done with less. I appreciate all the work done by my colleagues, Representative Stevens and Representative Baird, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Oklahoma yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2980 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2988, the DOE and NASA Interagency Research Coordination Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 2988, a bill to provide for Department of Energy and National Aeronautics and Space Administration research and development coordination and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lofgren, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oklahoma.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extemporaneous material on H.R. 2988, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I rise in support of H.R. 2988, the DOE and NASA Interagency Research Act. The Department of Energy and NASA have a long history of collaboration, which has enhanced our understanding, of our universe and our ability to explore beyond our planet. The Voyager spacecraft, which was launched more than 40 years ago, Voyagers, are now flying in interstellar space, continue to operate under DOE's propulsion systems. The work of DOE and NASA are doing on nuclear energy is critical to our ability to establish a long-term human presence on the moon. And that same technology can be used here on Earth too, helping to improve this clean and reliable energy source. The DOE-NASA partnership will also help us advance our high-performance computing systems, which help keep us at the forefront of research and development. This partnership will also help us with satellite development, space situational awareness, and even planetary defenses from near-Earth objects. In short, it allows 2 of our premier scientific agencies to better work by collaborating on some of our most challenging scientific issues. I'd like to thank my colleague Representative Williams for introducing this legislation and Representative Sorensen for co-sponsoring it. This bipartisan bill earned unanimous support in the Science Committee, and I urge my colleagues to give it that same support on the floor today. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume. I rise in support of this bill, and I want to thank the gentleman from New York, Mr. Williams, and the Space and Aeronautics Subcommittee Ranking Member, Mr. Sorensen, for their work on this important bipartisan bill. Enhancing interagency collaboration between the Department of Energy and NASA can have a multiplier effect on the creative, innovative, and inspiring work of these 2 important agencies. It's an important element in furthering both agency missions and our nation's aspirations in science and in exploration. DOE's and NASA's joint research and development activities include amazing scientific endeavors such as nuclear power and nuclear space propulsion, high-energy physics, and sophisticated astronomy, earth and environmental sciences, and quantum information technology. This partnership is already having impressive results. For example, just last week, an international team of 170 scientists produced a catalog of 294 gamma-ray emitting pulsars discovered using NASA's Fermi Gamma Ray Space Telescope. That was developed in coordination with DOE. Fermi's discoveries mean astronomers now know more than 27 times the number of known gamma-ray pulsars before the telescope was launched in 2008. Last month, DOE marked the largest delivery of plutonium-238 since the U.S. restarted domestic production over a decade ago. DOE uses this material to develop heat sources to power NASA robotic spacecraft that can't effectively use solar energy. This is a very practical bill. It maximizes our federal R&D capabilities. I urge all of the House to vote in favor, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from California reserved. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Williams, to speak on his bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise as a proud sponsor, along with my colleague across the aisle, Mr. Sorensen, for this bill, H.R. 2988, the DOE and NASA Interagency Research Coordination Act. This legislation authorizes the U.S. Department of Energy and the National Aeronautics and Space Administration to carry out research and development activities focused on the advancement of shared DOE and NASA mission priorities. Now, of course, the DOE and NASA have been cooperating for a very long time, but this allows it to be done in a more efficient, more focused way. which includes research and development in critical technology areas like radiation health effects, something I know something about, quantum information science, high energy physics, and data analytics. DOE has a long and productive history of interagency collaboration with NASA, as I alluded to. Over the decades, this relationship has evolved to include new areas of research, such as earth and environmental sciences. For example, NASA and DOE have established a joint lab known as the NASA Space Radiation Laboratory. Now, I'm proud to tell you that this joint effort is at the Brookhaven National Lab in my home state of New York, and I would be remiss in not bragging that the work that has gone on at Brookhaven has led to 7 Nobel Prizes. And I had the honor of touring them and seeing these amazing instruments that they have, an 800-meter long track that's accelerating X-rays to near the speed of light, doing absolutely amazing science. Imagine what will grow out of this cooperation. The Brookhaven booster synchrotron, which is what I was just referring to, can simulate cosmic radiation conditions in space and allows them to study its impact on astronaut health and spacecraft instrumentation. In addition, H.R. 2988 requires the Secretary and the Administrator to conduct these activities in a manner consistent with the strong security provisions of the Science Committee passed in the CHIPS and Science Act of 2022. As the Energy Subcommittee Chairman, one of my top priorities is research security, and the inclusion of this language will protect our nation's investments from hostile foreign actors, such as China and Russia. I would like to thank my colleague, Mr. Sorensen, for working with me on this important legislation and continuing the bipartisan tradition of the Science Committee. H.R. 2988 is the kind of common sense, good governance bill that we can all agree on. It shows that Republicans and Democrats are still capable of putting political differences aside to advance meaningful bills that strengthen U.S. leadership in science and maximize the return on investment for the American taxpayer. On a personal note, I want to just take a moment to thank my mother for inspiring a lifelong love of science in me, and also thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to be a part of science, space, and technology as it grows and shines in the United States. I urge my colleagues to support this bill. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned in my opening remarks, Mr. Williams worked on this, but also Mr. Sorensen, a valued member of our committee. Mr. Sorensen is a freshman member and the only meteorologist in the House of Representatives. I think he's the first meteorologist in nearly half a century to serve, and his curiosity and his expertise is really so helpful to the Science Committee, as well as his just plain common sense. I thank him for his work on this bill, and I would now yield him 5 minutes.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As ranking member of the Space and Aeronautics Subcommittee, I was thrilled to lead the DOE and NASA Interagency Research Coordination Act alongside my colleague and chairman of the Energy Subcommittee, Congressman Williams. I'd be remiss if I didn't also share that my mother gave me the wonder of what's going on above, so that I could spend the first 22 years of my professional life as a meteorologist, helping explain how things work. Also, I hope that the people at home see that this body is working together today in a bipartisan way, just like NASA and the Department of Energy have for decades and decades. They've improved our understanding of the universe by working together. Now, this bill seeks to build and expand upon the legacy by advancing coordination on fundamental and applied science. The collaborative research and development efforts that this bill facilitates will have a profound impact, not just for my constituents, but for the entire rest of the country. As a meteorologist, I know that we need to improve climate modeling and simulation to increase our understanding of how the planet is changing. And it will help us make smart decisions to change the trajectory while creating resilient communities. This takes interagency collaboration. And most importantly, like what we see here in the Science Committee, when we collaborate, we inspire a new generation of scientists and engineers. When the first humans land on Mars, they're going to rely on the things that we develop today. And that's why I urge my colleagues to support this bill. And I yield back.
Gentlewoman from California reserves. Gentleman from
Actually, Mr. Chairman, I have no additional speakers, so rather than reserve, I yield back.
Gentleman from California yields. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no further speakers, and I will consume the balance of my time.
Gentleman recognized.
H.R. 2988, the DOE and NASA Interagency Research Act, is smart legislation that will help us stay competitive in the race to return humans to the moon and send them to Mars. Without key collaborations like this, we would be unable to make critical strides in our energy production and propulsion technologies. I want to thank Representative Williams and Representative Sorensen for their leadership in moving this bill forward. I urge my colleagues to support it, and I yield back the balance of my time. Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Oklahoma yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2988 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3848, the Housing Our Military Veterans Effectively Act of 2023, or the HOME Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 152, H.R. 3848, a bill to make certain improvements in the laws administered by the Secretary of Veterans Affairs relating to homelessness and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Van Orden, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on H.R. 3848 as amended.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 3848 as amended, offered by my friend and colleague, Ms. Chavez-DeRemer, from the great state of Oregon. The HOME Act is a data-driven solution to build on efforts across multiple Congresses to bring veterans out of homelessness and to get them back on track. Just last week, the VA announced that they housed more than 38,000 homeless veterans in 2023, and that is a great improvement due to the incredible private organizations' work with the VA to find veterans' homes. However, our efforts must continue. No veteran should be without a warm place to hold a home. Ms. Chavez-DeRemer bill rightfully increases the grant and per diem rate for homelessness providers around the country to keep rates in line with inflation. And this bill would also authorize the VA to fund rides through rideshare partnerships to help transport homeless veterans to the VA healthcare appointments, search for and find permanent housing, a key Democratic request to move this bill forward on the House floor. Additionally, this bill funds communication devices, including smartphones and tablets, so our veterans can pursue employment opportunities, make appointments, and stay in contact with their families to make sure to help prevent the self-isolation that often precedes veterans' suicide. It's critical to get these programs running again so veterans can continue to be housed, get to their appointments, whether it's for personal, physical, or mental health care. We need to get our veterans back on track. This is a hand up, not a hand out. We've seen firsthand the success of the grant and per diem programs in housing veterans. The VA grant program shows that public and private partnerships between the government and private sector can work. And I would like to thank the Speaker Emeritus, Mr. McCarthy, for originally proposing an increase in the GPD rate back during the COVID-19 era. The original rate was sufficient, but due to the inflationary pressures that have been exerted by Bidenomics, it is now unfortunately not. Bidenomics has caused a tremendous amount of hardships for Americans, particularly our homeless veterans. Representative Chavez-Dreamer's bill would combat the impact of the Biden administration's rising inflation head-on by increasing homeless providers' grants to account for the out-of-control inflation. The grant rate increase is especially important now that the news that homelessness is up 11% nationwide. Just 2 weeks ago, the VA's annual suicide prevention report revealed that the suicide rate for VHA users with indications of homelessness increased by 38% from 2020 to 2021. In 2021, the suicide rate for homeless veterans using VHA was 186.5% higher than veterans who are housed. This staggering number underscores how important it is to continue our work to get veteran homelessness and suicide to functional zero. And we as a country must utilize innovative thinking and approaches to confront these disturbing trends as we work to find an upstream solution to prevent veterans from becoming homeless in the first place. And the HOME Act is a fiscally responsible way to start. I appreciate all the homeless stakeholders such as the National Coalition for Homeless Veterans, the National Alliance to End Homelessness, and the New England Center and Home for Veterans who have worked with the committee to ensure we brought a great bill to the floor today. Without their input, the important changes we made in my subcommittee would not have been possible. I also want to thank my friends, the full committee, Ranking Member Mr. Takano, and my Ranking Member Mr. Levin, for working across the aisle and getting to a yes back in July at our last full committee markup. Passing this bill with strong bipartisan support will show our Senate colleagues that we have a united front on this issue, and I look forward to working with my Senate colleagues to continue to provide for homeless veterans by including this bill in a larger bicameral bipartisan package. And Chairman Bost made a commitment to our colleagues on the other side of the aisle that he would ensure we would get this fixed. We as members of the VA committee gave our word that we would do everything in our power to help those who have defended this nation and given us the ability to live in freedom. And today we take great strides to keep that. Once again, under Chairman Bost's leadership, Congress will come together with a practical solution to do the right thing for the men and women who have served. I urge all of my colleagues to support H.R. 3848 as amended. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Wisconsin reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to express my, Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to express my support for H.R. 3848 as amended, the Housing Our Military Effectively, or HOME Act. Now, I have conflicting emotions as I finally stand here advocating for the passage of the HOME Act. On the one hand, I'm elated to finally see this language move forward that will ultimately get more veterans off the street and into housing. That is my goal here, to end veteran homelessness. On the other hand, I remain frustrated with the length of time that it took this body to take up this bill and the fact that I will have to be back on the floor next year advocating for the same authorities here to be extended yet again, since most of this bill expires on September 30th, 2024. Last week, VA announced that they met their goal to house 38,000 veterans this calendar year, several months early. And I'm very proud of this accomplishment, but unfortunately, this does not reflect the full picture of the reality we face related to veteran homelessness in our country. HUD's 2023 point-in-time count will be released soon, and based on initial reports from communities across the country, it will likely show a dramatic increase in veteran homelessness. We are losing ground. VA is doing incredible work to get veterans into housing, but when one veteran gets housed, another is falling into homelessness. We need to bolster the prevention tools VA and providers have to quickly address a veteran's housing insecurity the moment it occurs. And the Democratic-led authorities in the HOME Act are those very tools. Now, this bill, which includes 2 Democratic bills from Congresswoman Sherfless McCormick and Williams, gives VA and its community providers the flexibilities and resources they need to effectively house veterans experiencing homelessness and at risk of becoming homeless. However, the bill before us today is imperfect. It has technical flaws that we quickly brought to the attention of our Republican colleagues, but they refused to fix it. If we send the language we are considering today over to the Senate would have to amend the language, pass it, and send it back to the House for final passage, leaving more time that VA and providers operate without these authorities. More time that homeless veterans go without. More time that homeless veterans spend on the street. And I need not say to all in this chamber that we know that December is upon us. And I spoke in the chamber just a few weeks ago about the fact that winter was upon us, and yet we had not passed the HOME Act. I'm really disappointed by this unforced error of being in a position that we find ourselves here on the floor to pass an empty gesture. We reported this bill out to the House in July, and as happens there have been additional changes that needed to be made, and we had agreement with the Senate on these changes. Yet, the majority chose not to proceed with the agreement. And so we are here on a bill that is not going anywhere anytime soon. The reality of this situation is that Republicans are playing games and using homeless veterans as their pawn. Homeless veterans do not have time for games. And maybe it seems easy because these most vulnerable veterans don't have lobbyists stating their cause or advocating their cause. Every night they spend on the street is a night this Congress could have prevented. These are our most vulnerable veterans and in the most vulnerable situations, and we owe it to them to keep our word to send VA the resources they need to help them. For some homeless veterans, this is literally a matter of life or death. And at the the Economic Opportunity Subcommittee legislative hearing on this bill earlier this year, we heard directly from VA about a homeless veteran who was imminently considering taking his life by suicide before VA intervened and got him the help he needed using the authorities this bill would reauthorize. VA's recent suicide prevention report indicated that homeless veterans are 186% more likely to die by suicide than any other veteran. And these Democratic-led provisions are suicide prevention tools. They're life-saving. In only 12 days, I repeat 12 days from when the authorities in this bill lapsed at the end of the public health emergency between May 11th, 2023 and May 23rd, 2023, VA was forced to cancel over 42,000 rides that supported over 18,000 veterans to attend 10,000 medical appointments. And just 12 days caused that big of an impact. And here we are 207 days later, and I can barely fathom how many homeless veterans went without in that period. If we're going to help homeless veterans, we need a hotline ready bill to send to the Senate. And by hotline, we talk about the Senate hotline where House bills that have been passed and are ready to pass the Senate because they have no flaws, no substantive flaws. That's the Senate hotline. So I'm talking about why aren't we sending to the Senate hotline ready bills from the House of Representatives when we know that the language that needs to be put in those bills has all been agreed to by the four corners? Senators Tester and Schumer both assured me last week that if we sent the Senate both of the four corners agreed upon language for this bill and for the Elizabeth Dole Home Care Act, they would get these bills onto the Senate hotline so that they have a chance of getting to the president's desk by Christmas. As we enter the holiday season and a cold winter, we should take our duty to help homeless veterans as seriously as possible. We must do all that we can to get these veterans housed and off the streets during the coldest months of the year. We did have a choice here. We had a choice. Instead, we have before us here a flawed bill that the Senate will have to amend and send back to us. We can end veteran homelessness. It is a choice that Congress can make to fully fund the resources and authorities that VA and its partners need to get veterans into stable, permanent housing. We saw proof of this during the pandemic, one of the most difficult times in our country's recent history, when we actually reduced veteran homelessness by 11%. We know what works. We know that the Democratic-led flexibilities and authorities included in the HOME Act will reduce homelessness. And I must register my disagreement with what my colleague from Wisconsin has claimed, that the grant and per diem rates were adequate. They were never adequate. And it was because of the flexibilities we included during the health emergency that we were able to address the always inadequate levels of funding. It is a falsehood to try to claim that it was about inflation. No, these grant and per diem rates for the many, many organizations out there that help our veterans across the country were never adequate. And we had an opportunity to move forward a compromise today. But a different choice was made. But I'm going to hope against hope that somehow this bill does get to the president before the end of the year, and that we don't have it on our conscience that we made homeless veterans suffer any more than they already have. So I'll ask my colleagues to support H.R. 3848 as amended today, and I will also say a prayer that we see through to doing the right thing. And I would submit to my colleagues on the other side, after all, isn't that why we are here? To do the right thing. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now recognize my dear friend and colleague from the great state of Oregon, Ms. Chavez-DeRemer, for 3 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On any given night, there are around 1,400 Oregon veterans who go to sleep without a roof over their heads. This is heartbreaking and unacceptable. We owe it to our veterans to do better. They stepped up to serve our country, and it is our responsibility to ensure they are cared for in return. That's why I introduced the HOME Act, which would lift veterans out of homelessness. To account for recent inflation, this legislation increases financial assistance for nonprofit organizations that provide transitional housing to veterans in need. The financial assistance offered would be higher in areas with elevated rates of suicide among veterans. It also creates a new stipend for homeless veterans. This stipend could be used to buy food, clothing, and even cell phones to help them communicate with family members and health care providers. I would like to thank the chairman of Veterans Affairs Committee for his support, and the chairman of the Economic Opportunity Subcommittee, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Van Orden, for his leadership on this issue. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this much-needed legislation. Together we can empower our nation's heroes and ensure they all have a place to call home. I've been on this job for 10 months, and I do have hope that we will continue to move forward for our veterans and do everything that we can every day we're in this job to support them. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Wisconsin reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close. And
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I wish that we could be setting over to the Senate today a hotline-ready bill. We knew what we had to put into this bill. We knew, the majority knew what corrections needed to be made. And by tradition, we could have done those corrections and had a bill that could have been, subsequent to the vote that we took today, that could have gone on the Senate hotline, and absent any senator's objection, could have been sent to the president's desk for sure by the Christmas holiday. By some miracle, something could happen. There could be a heating of the conscience, but there is a conscious choice being made today to not send the Senate a bill that is substantively freed from the flaws that we could have fixed. And with that, I will urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I hope against hope, that we still can get this done by the end of the year. And I yield back.
The gentleman from California yields. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to take a moment to remind my great friend and colleague from the state of California that as the previous ranking member of the Veterans Affairs Committee, where the House of Representatives, the Senate, and the White House were held by his party, that this could have been passed in that period of time. In that period of time, under Democratic control, the per diem rate was set at 125% by Speaker Emeritus Kevin McCarthy and was agreed to by the now ranking member of the Veterans Affairs Committee. So as many members of this body have been sitting for a decade or multiple decades, and I was serving in the United States Navy, freezing outside in combat, and am now a veteran, there's a difference between the life experiences. So the time for talk and political shooting, sharpshooting each other is over. The time to act is now, because in fact, I do agree with my colleague that we cannot allow another veteran to go homeless as winter is upon us here. So I would ask Mr. Takano and the other Democrats on that side of the aisle to join me as I will join them in working collectively as members of this body to ensure that everything that is done here is for a higher purpose. And the higher purpose is making sure that those who have protected our lives as we live in freedom are able to live in peace and prosperity, and if they need a hand up, they get it. So with that, sir, I yield back.
The gentleman from Wisconsin yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 3848 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Mr. Speaker,
from California is recognized.
I request a recorded vote.
Does the gentleman request the
I request a recorded vote, yes. Yeas and nays.
Yes, sir. The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 542 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 542, a bill to amend Title 38 United States Code to improve certain programs of the Department of Veterans Affairs for home and community-based services for veterans and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Bergman, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 542, the Elizabeth Dole Home and Community-Based Services for Veterans and Caregivers Act of 2023, or the Elizabeth Dole Home Care Act of 2023 as amended. The bill is a pivotal piece of legislation aimed at transforming the landscape of long-term care for our nation's veterans. And I commend Representative Brownlee for her bipartisan work with me on it. Veterans, like all Americans, are living longer. This requires the Veterans Administration to adapt to this evolving veteran population to ensure that eligible veterans entering their later years have access to long-term care that meets their needs. As of fiscal year 2022, approximately 3.1 million veterans, roughly half of VA's active patient population, were 65 years or older. These veterans, often older, sicker, and poorer than the general population, and often residing in rural areas, demand a tailored approach to health care. Veterans want to remain at home for care, avoiding admission to long-term care facilities. This preference is not only understandable, but becomes imperative given the current challenges with long-term care facilities and limited admissions nationwide. By expanding VA's non-institutional long-term care services through Rep. Brownlee's and my bill, we would allow aging and disabled veterans the option of staying in their homes, and institutional care can be reserved for veterans who truly need intensive, round-the-clock care and services. While many states have shifted investments from institutional to home and community-based care, VA has not kept pace. The lack of a statutory mandate has led to inconsistent availability of home and community-based services, leaving many veterans underserved simply based on where they live. That's unacceptable. Veterans and veteran service organizations have consistently urged VA to focus on expanding access to home and community-based services to allow veterans to age comfortably and safely in place. The VA committee answered these demands head-on, and we held numerous hearings on the issue focused on equitable long-term care access. Our bill would also rightfully eliminate the annual cap on non-institutional care to include greater flexibility in meeting the needs of veterans living with ALS or spinal cord injuries, for example. Under current law, these veterans are often forced into institutional care simply because funding cannot be provided for home care. This bill would ensure availability of all programs such as veteran-directed care, homemaker home health aid, home-based primary care, and purchased skill home care at all VA medical centers. In addition to expanding access, the Dole Act urges VA to take a more active role in helping veterans and their caregivers navigate the multiple options that may be available to them as they consider long-term care. It's no secret that the nation is facing a shortage of qualified professionals capable of taking on the tasks required by home or community-based care. Rep. Brownlee's and my bill would create a pilot program to bring in more professionals to serve veterans through homemaker and home health services. Finally, I want to emphasize that we are committed to fiscal responsibility and have identified an offset to fully fund these programs that will ultimately address the pressing needs of America's aging veteran population. The Elizabeth Dole Home Health Care Act of 2023 is a pledge to ensure veterans receive the care they deserve, preserving their dignity and independence, whether they are catastrophically disabled or in the twilight of their lives. I would like to sincerely thank Representative Brownlee for her dedication to this issue and her bipartisan work with me on this legislation. I would also like to thank the 46 organizations, including all of the major veteran service organizations, the Elizabeth Dole Foundation, and many other groups dedicated to caring for and serving veterans. Mr. Speaker, I urge unanimous consent that this letter be entered into the record.
Without objection.
And while we are considering this bill today, I want to remind my colleagues that this legislation is also a part of a comprehensive veterans package being negotiated between the House and Senate Veterans Affairs Committees. I look forward to working with my colleagues in the days ahead to collectively advance not only this legislation, but many other proposals that support the interests and the well-being of all veterans. Finally, I want to thank the numerous Veteran Service Organization partners who have worked with us. I urge all my colleagues to support H.R. 542 as amended. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Michigan reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to express my support for H.R. 542 as amended, the Elizabeth Dole Home Care Act. This bill, introduced by Representatives Brownlee and Representative Bergman and reported out of committee with unanimous support in July, is truly landmark legislation. It will require VA to provide access to all home and community-based services such as home health aides, home-based primary care, and respite care to all veterans and caregivers who need them. Currently, elderly and disabled veterans only have access to important home and community-based services if their VA medical centers have chosen to offer these services. This bill is named for a person who, in her personal life and in public service, has dedicated herself to caring for others, Senator Elizabeth Dole. Tomorrow will mark the second anniversary of the passing of Senator Bob Dole, an Army veteran who had a dedicated caregiver in the other Senator Dole. This legislation will enable veterans to remain at home, safely age in place, and avoid or delay admission to nursing homes and other costly institutional settings of care. It will also help connect veterans' caregivers to respite care and other supportive services that help them care for veterans at home and improve VA's coordination with other federal long-term care programs that promote aging at home. And finally, the Elizabeth Dole Home Care Act will require VA to create a website where veterans and their families can more easily obtain information about VA's home and community-based services programs and assess whether any of these programs may be right for them. The research is clear. Veterans prefer to remain at home. Their health outcomes are better when they do, and home care is by far the cheaper alternative to institutional settings. Nearly every veteran will at some point face the need for additional care at home, or if they can't get it, spend their last years in a nursing home setting. This legislation is an investment in care for millions of veterans and current service members who need this help now or in the future. The Elizabeth Dole Home Care Act has the support of every major veteran service organization, including Paralyzed Veterans of America, Disabled American Veterans, Veterans of Foreign Wars, the American Legion, the Wounded Warrior Project, and the Military Officer Association of America. It is also supported by AARP, the National Association of Counties, the National PACE Association, and the Elizabeth Dole Foundation. It has been these groups' #1 policy priority. Shouldn't it be ours? These groups and dozens of others have advocated tirelessly for passage since its introduction 2 years ago. Despite the great need for this bill, it has been an uphill battle to get it to the floor. We have worked to get support and get the cost down. And that showed when it was voted unanimously out of committee in July. But it seems that the battle is not over yet, because this bill cannot be taken up by the Senate as is. Since the bill was reported, we have worked with our counterparts in the Senate to ensure the bill was as near perfect as possible. And there were a few challenges agreed upon by all four, a few changes that were agreed upon by all four corners of the Veterans Affairs Committee. Unfortunately, instead of advancing text with full sign-off, the majority has gone back to the text they know has problems in the Senate, and so we will have to either await amendment by the Senate or some other legislative action before this legislation can move to President Biden's desk for signature. The programs and services in this bill are life-changing. In the next 16 years, VA will have doubled its spending on long-term care services, nearing $15 billion to meet these needs. While enrolled veterans have a right to institutional care, there aren't enough beds or staff in institutional settings in the country to meet the projected need. Good sense tells us that VA must move quickly to expand home and community-based services to keep veterans safely in their homes. Providing home and community-based services would also ensure that VA has space and staff to care for those who truly do need institutional care. So it is disappointing that we have not gotten this bill on the fast track to signing, and disabled and elderly veterans and their caregivers will have to wait even longer for the care they deserve. This holiday season, we could have given these veterans a gift with lasting impact. The House majority instead tells us we must content ourselves to wait for the Elizabeth Dole Home Care Act to be included in a larger package. The majority is committed to moving this legislative package out of the House and Senate with delivery to the President by the end of January. And I remind everyone that there's some other big item that we do have to get done in January, and I'm worried about whether or not that other big item might impede our ability to get this item done. The intention is that the Elizabeth Dole Home Care Act and the Home Act be included as key pillars in the package. The majority has also committed in the last week to not use these bipartisan bills as leverage to include partisan poison pills in that package. I intend to hold my Republican colleagues to that agreement and the stakeholders and the VSOs as well. This agreement includes a fallback that if this package cannot be completed in time when these bills should advance as a standalone. We received a letter on Friday from a broad coalition of national organizations representing service-disabled veterans and their caregivers memorializing this agreement that said it best, quote, "Disabled veterans and their families cannot wait any longer," end quote. And it was the same exact letter that was already entered in the record by my colleague from Michigan, so I don't need to enter it in now. Mr. Speaker, I support H.R. 542 as amended, and I would ask that my colleagues do the same, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Without objection. The gentleman from California is recognized.
At this time, I'd like to yield to my good friend as much time as she may consume, the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Health and the author of this amazing piece of legislation, a ranking member of the Subcommittee, Julia Brownlee, from my great state of California.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Ranking Member Takano, for your partnership and your efforts to bring this important bill for our nation's disabled and aging veterans and their caregivers to the floor. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this bill, my bill, General Bergman's bill, H.R. 542, the Elizabeth Dole Home Care Act. I am so proud to have authored this legislation, which delivers the largest set of reforms to the VA's long-term care programs in decades. The bill will significantly expand access to the programs disabled and aging veterans need to live their lives at home and with their families. Specifically, the bill requires the Department of Veteran Affairs to provide access to all home and community-based services, such as home health aides, home-based primary care, home skilled nursing, and respite care for caregivers to all veterans who need them. Currently, elderly and disabled veterans only have access to these programs if their VA medical centers choose to offer them. My bill will also require VA to improve care coordination between the Program of Comprehensive Assistance for Family Caregivers and VA's other home-based programs. If a veteran does not meet the enrollment criteria for the Comprehensive Caregiver Program, VA will be required to proactively assist the veteran and their caregiver in enrolling in other home-based programs and ensure there is a warm handoff for those who do not qualify for the Comprehensive Caregiver Program. Finally, my legislation will require VA to establish a public-facing website that will enable veterans and their loved ones to assess their eligibility for each of the home and community-based services VA offers and provide information about how to access these services. I have served on the Veteran Affairs Committee since my first term in Congress. And over the last 10 years, I have participated in at least 5 oversight hearings related to improving long-term care for our veterans. I have also spoken with countless veterans and their loved ones, and based on my experience, one thing is very, very clear. Almost every veteran would prefer to age at home rather than in a facility. However, for many veterans, doing so requires certain clinical support that can be prohibitively expensive if not covered by the VA. This bill will help address just that. Furthermore, it's important to really underscore this point. Home and community-based care is far and away higher quality and cheaper to provide than institutional care. VA's Veterans-Directed Care Program can serve 3 veterans for every one who would be in institutionalized care at VA's expense. It's important to note that veterans who participate in this program are less likely to develop complications or to be hospitalized than those who do not. Yet this program is currently not made available to all veterans. The Elizabeth Dole Home Care Act changes that. Passage of this legislation cannot wait any longer. Like so many families across the country, thousands of elderly and catastrophically disabled veterans and their families are having critical and often difficult conversations about their long-term care. They question whether they spend their life savings to keep their veterans at home, or is it safer to go to a VA-funded nursing facility? H.R. 542 would help relieve this heartache and give families access to programs that will help veterans stay in their home and receive the care they need, the care they have earned and the care that they deserve. And I will repeat one more time, most importantly, health outcomes prove to be far better at home compared to institutionalized care. Last week, 45 veteran service organizations, military service organizations, community-based organizations sent a letter to House and Senate leadership urging the swift passage of this bill, saying, as the ranking member said, disabled veterans and their families cannot wait any longer. I could not agree more. Mr. Speaker, I would like to try to put a face to the experiences that so many disabled or aging veterans often go through and why this bill is so necessary. This bill is for the 40-year-old veteran who is quadriplegic, who may have to move into institutionalized care because VA won't provide the skilled nursing services that would help him remain at home. This bill is for the 50-year-old veteran with ALS who has 3 small children and wants to spend the remaining time he has with them at home. He shouldn't be forced to move into a long-term care facility because the cost of his care has gone over an arbitrary spending cap. This bill is for the Vietnam-era amputee who needs help getting dressed and preparing food, but can otherwise live safely at home. He should not have to wait for Congress to act to get the care and assistance he needs. And this bill is for the Korean War veteran whose aging spouse can no longer provide the level of care she once did.
Gentlewoman and gentleman's time has expired.
What?
You got as much time as you could use, and I have.
Oh.
Mr. Speaker, that is all the time I have expired. Because I yielded to her as much time as she may consume.
Gentlewoman can continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this bill is for the Korean War veteran whose aging spouse can no longer provide the level of care she once did. They want to stay at home together. It is unconscionable this Congress would make them wait a moment later. They need these services and support, and they need it now. I am therefore perplexed that when the majority brought H.R. 542 to the House floor, they chose to bring a version of the legislation that did not include the minor revisions that have been negotiated with our Senate counterparts. This means future House action will be warranted, which is truly inexcusable to me and the veterans and their families and their caregivers that are waiting on passage of this bill. We had the opportunity to get this done before the end of the year and send it to the Senate and then to the President's desk for enactment. When General Bergman and I first introduced this legislation, we named it after Senator Elizabeth Dole. She has done more for aging and disabled veterans and their caregivers in one lifetime than most of us could hope to do in several. It was introduced in February of 2022, just a few months after the veteran she cared for, Senator Bob Dole, passed away. Tomorrow, we will mark the second anniversary of Senator Bob Dole's passing. It is a shame that we could not honor Senator Elizabeth Dole's example and life's work on this anniversary by sending a hotline-ready bill to the Senate that the President could sign before Christmas. It is shameful, it's disrespectful, really to play politics with a bill the veteran community wants so badly. A bill that is more cost-effective, provides better outcomes, and is what our nation's veterans need and want. I hope we will soon be voting on final passage of the bill language that the House and Senate have already agreed to, that veterans and their families so desperately need. All of us will one day have conversations about what we want our last years to look like. Our aging and disabled veterans have more than earned the right to have the option of living out these final years at home. Of all the things we owe these men and women, a peaceful and dignified life after their service to our country is the least we can do. I call on my colleagues to do right by these veterans. Put politics aside, keep families together, and keep veterans healthy and at home. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting for the Elizabeth Dole Home Care Act. And I thank Ranking Member Takano and General Bergman for their work on this bill, and I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers to yield to, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, once again, I strongly encourage all members to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask all my colleagues to join me in supporting this very important transformational piece of legislation, H.R. 542, as amended, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 542 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, for what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. Sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3581 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 201, H.R. 3581, a bill to amend Title 38 United States Code to modify the Family Caregiver Program of the Department of Veterans Affairs to include services related to mental health and neurological disorders and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Bergman, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on H.R. 3581 as amended.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 3581 as amended, the Caregiver Outreach and Program Enhancement, or COPE Act. Representative Kagan's COPE Act would allow for grant awards expanding access to mental health counseling, treatment, or support to caregivers of veterans participating in the program of comprehensive assistance for family caregivers. VA's Caregiver program provides caregivers of seriously ill or injured veterans with resources and services to help them with the important role they play in their veterans' lives. Becoming a veteran caregiver is a noble undertaking, and caregivers often put their entire lives aside in pursuit of caring for their loved ones. Mental health support is an important component of the caregiver program, but too often caregivers are reluctant to seek care at VA. Whether it is because of stigma, not wanting to take provider resources away from veteran care, or the fear that seeking mental health care may in some way jeopardize their standing as a caregiver, caregivers should have access to every option without barriers. The 3-year pilot program the COPE Act would create would expand caregiver mental health access to outside of VA. Ensuring caregiver wellness is critical to ensuring the highest quality of care for the veterans caregivers serve. This new pilot program is an important next step in continuing to meet caregiver needs. Rep. Kagan's bill would also allow VA to assist local and state authorities with funding help for the mitigation of flood risk on non-VA property that may be adjacent to VA facilities. Many VA medical facilities are at least 60 years old. Some of these facilities have, over the years, and due to locations in low-lying areas, been subject to flooding that impact veteran and staff access, or even threaten building function. Flood preparedness is a prudent focus for all VA facilities that are historically at risk of flooding from storms or from water encroachment. It's important that VA has the means to work with local authorities on issues that impact the operation of its facilities. Finally, this bill would require a review and report to Congress on the security environment at VA facilities. We know that crime has been increasing at VA campuses, and while VA claims it has reworked its policing structure and hired a record number of officers, our committee lacks the data needed for proper oversight. Veterans and the staff that support them need to be confident that the facilities they use are safe places to receive care and seek benefits. This review will go a long way toward identifying ways to enhance safety and improve security within the Veterans Administration buildings and campuses. I would like to thank Representative Kagans and Mace, both members of the committee, for their work on the various elements of this bill and for their unwavering commitment to the veterans we serve. Additionally, to maintain our commitment to fiscal responsibility, we've identified an offset and fully funded this bill to ensure the best possible outcome for our veterans. I urge all my colleagues to support H.R. 3581 as amended. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 3581 as amended, the Caregiver Outreach and Program Enhancement, or COPE Act. This legislation as amended incorporates 3 Republican-sponsored bills, which were marked up at the subcommittee and full committee level over the summer. First, H.R. 3581 would create a 3-year, $50 million per year grant program to award grants to entities that will provide mental health counseling, treatment, or support to caregivers participating in VA's Family Caregiver Program. VA would also be required to provide outreach to caregivers to inform them of available mental health support offered by grantees. The legislation also requires the Government Accountability Office to conduct a study to assess the availability and accessibility of mental health support for veterans caregivers. Additionally, H.R. 3581, as amended, will authorize VA to contribute to local authorities to mitigate the risk of flooding on local property adjacent to VA medical facilities. It will also authorize up to $125 million over 5 years for VA to carry out flood mitigation improvements. Currently, the statute only allows VA to contribute to local authorities for improvements needed for safe ingress or egress. However, veterans' access to health care is frequently disrupted in areas that experience frequent flooding, and VA's ability to partner with local authorities on flood mitigation projects has been limited. This legislation would also require VA to submit to Congress a report assessing the extent to which each of its medical facilities is at risk of flooding, including flooding associated with rising sea levels. Finally, H.R. 3581 as amended will establish a 5-year survey program to examine security and criminal activity at VA facilities, staffing of VA's police departments, and the availability and adequacy of VA police equipment and training. After surveying all facilities, VA will be required to submit annual reports to Congress summarizing the survey results and providing action plans for addressing any identified weaknesses. While I support the policy ideas in H.R. 3581 as amended, I know our colleagues in the Senate would like to make some changes to this legislation before it can be enacted. And just last Friday, House committee staff met with their Senate counterparts to discuss changes to the VA security reporting provisions. Senate staff also have proposed broadening the report on VA medical facility flooding risks such that VA would be required to assess all of its mission-critical assets, including medical facilities, cemeteries, and regional offices, and their vulnerabilities to flooding, wildfire, tornadoes, hurricanes, and other disasters. Therefore, similar to the other veterans bills we are considering on the floor today, we already know this legislation simply cannot be taken up and passed in the Senate, and future House action will be needed. It would have been preferable if the majority had resolved these differences before bringing this bill to the floor. Nevertheless, I will support H.R. 3581 as amended and encourage my colleagues to join me in passing it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now recognize a esteemed colleague, distinguished naval officer, nurse practitioner, Representative Kiggins of Virginia.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
For 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of my Caregiver Outreach and Program Enhancement Act, known as the COPE Act. This bill takes an important step towards providing mental health resources to those who care for our nation's veterans. Specifically, this legislation would authorize the VA to provide grants to organizations that support family caregivers' mental health. Caregivers play a critical role in the lives of older Americans, especially our veterans. As the only geriatric nurse practitioner in Congress, I've seen firsthand the positive impact caregivers have in the lives of the people they care for. When I was practicing in clinic settings, I had countless conversations with the people who cared for my patients. I know that this genuinely rewarding role comes with immense emotional challenges as well. These dedicated individuals frequently put aside their own needs to care for their loved ones and desperately need to have the resources at their disposal to effectively handle the stress of taking on such a role. By ensuring veteran caregivers can properly take care of their mental health, the COPE Act will improve the lives of our nation's heroes and solidify the support system they need to age with dignity. The VA offers so many great benefits and programs. Unfortunately, navigating the wide range of these benefits and programs is so complicated that many are unaware that they might qualify for them or that these services even exist at all. My legislation also seeks to fix this problem by requiring the VA to reach out to eligible veteran caregivers and make them aware of the mental health benefits available to them. I'm very proud that another bipartisan bill of mine, the VA Medical Center Security Reporting Act, is included in this version of the COPE Act that is being considered today. From 2018 to 2021, violent crimes at the VA Medical Center campuses more than doubled from 3,141 to 6,505. There's a significant lack of important statistics and information relevant to crime and safety on VA campuses, including the vacancy rate for VA police departments, availability of issued equipment, and recommendations to address and reduce criminal activity at medical centers. By ensuring these statistics are properly reported, my legislation will equip us with the information we need to address the increase in crime at VA medical centers, support our law enforcement officers, and provide veterans with a safe environment to receive the quality health care they have earned and deserve. Mr. Speaker, I am the granddaughter of a veteran, the daughter of a veteran, the wife of a veteran, and the mother of future veterans, and I served 10 years myself in the Navy as a helicopter pilot. I'm also blessed to represent one of the largest veteran populations in the country in Hampton Roads, Virginia. Improving the lives of our nation's heroes is and always will be one of my top priorities in Congress, and this bill helps to do just that. In closing, I'd like to thank Chairman Boss for moving this legislation through the Veterans Affairs Committee, as well as my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, Representatives Chrissy Houlihan and Chris Pappas, who joined me in introducing these important bills. I'm confident that with the passage of this legislation, we as a country will move closer to fulfilling our promise to provide for America's veteran population and those who care for them. I urge my colleagues to support the COPE Act, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized.
Again, I ask all my colleagues to join me in passing H.R. 3581 as amended, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, once again, I encourage all members to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3581 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the two-thirds being the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass House Resolution 894, strongly condemning and denouncing the drastic rise of anti-Semitism in the United States and around the world.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 894, resolution strongly condemning and denouncing the drastic rise of anti-Semitism in the United States and around the world.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on House Resolution 894.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since the October 7th terrorist attack by Hamas against Israel, anti-Semitism has surged in the United States and around the world. Reports show that there's a nearly 400% increase in anti-Semitic incidents in the weeks after the attack. These incidents include harassment, vandalism, and assault. Americans have been punched, beaten, and forced to flee for their lives from swerving cars simply because they are Jewish. A Jewish cemetery in Brooklyn, Ohio, was vandalized with swastikas. On college campuses, Jewish students have been subjected to harassment, threats, and forced to hide from violent protests. In a recent survey, 73% of Jewish college students said they had experienced or witnessed some form of anti-Semitism this academic year. In the same survey, just 39% of Jewish students said they felt comfortable with their peers knowing they were Jewish. Less than half of Jewish students surveyed said that they felt safe on campus. At a hearing before our committee last month, a college student testified that she now thinks twice before wearing any sign of her Jewish faith. This was a young woman who's maybe 20 years old. She had the courage to come and testify before Congress, but she can't safely wear something that would suggest to her fellow students and her teachers that she is Jewish. She testified that her family and friends who live in Israel, people who are under nearly constant rocket attack from Hamas and others, check in with her every day to see if she is safe. They are in a war zone. She is in the United States, and they are checking to make sure that she is safe. These incidents are absolutely horrifying, Mr. Speaker. They are unacceptable in the United States, in any civilized society. Members of the Jewish community should not have to hide their faith in order to safely go about their lives or receive an education. I urge all members to support this resolution, and I reserve the balance of my time.
From New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of any and all serious and meaningful efforts to combat anti-Semitism. The explosion of anti-Semitism around the world, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
The explosion of anti-Semitism around the world on college campuses and online is so shocking that it was the subject of nearly every Jewish household's Thanksgiving meal a week ago. The Jewish community is absolutely right to consider this terrifying situation a five-alarm fire, as Senator Schumer so appropriately put it in his moving speech to the nation just a few days ago. Unfortunately, this resolution does absolutely nothing to genuinely counter the scourge of anti-Semitism, nor does it help bring us together with the unity of purpose that this topic merits. Rather, it is another attempt in a long series of veiled efforts by the GOP to weaponize Jewish lives for political gains. It is another partisan gotcha game that amounts to cheap value signaling, not serious action. But if there ever was a time for real action, it is now. Today, in the face of the largest increase in anti-Semitism, both violent and virulent, in this nation's history, we have a clear choice. We can abuse this moment to try to inflict inter-party political damage, or we can rise to the occasion and do something real and powerful to actually help the Jewish community. Just in the last few weeks, we have seen disgusting displays of outright anti-Semitism. Over the weekend, protesters in Philadelphia targeted a Jewish business. It is plainly and unequivocally anti-Semitic to hold Jews collectively responsible for Israel's actions. In my district, vile anti-Semitic graffiti has been scrawled on apartment buildings on the Upper East Side. And on the Upper West Side, 2 Jewish women were assaulted after calling out individuals who were despicably tearing down posters of Israeli hostages. Last week in Brooklyn, 3 attackers violently attacked a 15-year-old Jewish boy, yelling "Free Palestine" as they punched and kicked the stranger. This anti-Semitic hate is happening across the country. The Oakland City Council rejected a bid to denounce Hamas, as speaker after speaker espoused dangerously misguided and factually erroneous views at a deeply troubling anti-Semitic public hearing. Since the Israel-Hamas war began, the GOP has seemed gleeful at their partisan wedging at the expense of the Jewish community, and they have utterly failed to do anything serious to address this crisis. If they object to my charges, let me clearly ask them here today 3 key questions. First, what of my friends on the other side of the aisle, the only ones who actually control the agenda on the floor, done to implement the White House's national strategy to counter anti-Semitism. This historic whole-of-government plan, which has bipartisan support, has been completely ignored in this dysfunctional MAGA extremist Congress. The answer is clear. They have done nothing. Second, when will the GOP majority stop its efforts to defund the Department of Education's Office for Civil Rights, the office that must protect Jewish students from the horrendous discrimination they face on campus today? In order to enforce Title VI, the law that prevents such discrimination in education, the department needs the resources to put legal and investigatory boots on the ground. The answer: the majority still supports defunding this office, and that means Jewish students will remain at terrible risk. Third, what will the GOP do to ensure that the high-risk nonprofit security grant program run through the Department of Homeland Security has a meaningful increase in funding? This program keeps our synagogues and Hebrew schools safe across the country. The answer: House Republicans have done absolutely nothing to shore up this program. I demand that we take real action. Representatives Goldman, Raskin, and I today introduced a resolution which would commit ourselves to the full implementation of the national strategy to counter anti-Semitism. I implore my Republican colleagues to join us and take concrete action. And I call on them to actually protect Jewish lives by a dramatic increase in funding for the Department of Education's Office for Civil Rights and the high-risk nonprofit security grant program. That's what taking meaningful action would look like. Mr. Speaker, by bringing this resolution to the floor without a single Democratic co-sponsor, which is extremely unusual, and by rushing it to a vote without careful and considerate collaboration, my Republican friends have shown us who they are and precisely what are their intentions. In my 3 decades in Congress, I have voted on numerous bills and resolutions addressing anti-Semitism, including my own. I have never seen an anti-Semitism-focused vehicle come to the floor without the co-sponsorship of a single member of the minority party. The Bipartisan Anti-Semitism Task Force doesn't support such partisan gamesmanship, nor does the Anti-Defamation League, nor does the American Jewish Committee. With this resolution, the GOP has shown themselves fundamentally unserious about combating anti-Semitism. Of course, none of us should be surprised. If our friends on the other side of the aisle were serious about combating anti-Semitism, they would have spoken up when former President Trump called the Nazis in Charlottesville very fine people. They would have condemned the former president when he dined with known Holocaust denier Nick Fuentes. Chairman Jordan would have thought better before tweeting out Kanye, Elon, Trump, sending out dog whistles to their white supremacist anti-Semitic base. And they would have chosen their recent witnesses more carefully. Chairman Jordan chose to give a platform to Robert Kennedy Jr. just days after he trafficked in anti-Semitic conspiracy theories suggesting Jews were responsible for COVID. And I cannot help but note that although this resolution strongly condemns and denounces anti-Semitism, its authors carefully avoided mentioning any of the obvious instances of anti-Semitism coming from their own leaders. The resolution is flawed in other ways as well. For example, the resolution implicitly compares some peaceful protesters with the January 6th rioters and insurrectionists. I suppose they have their reasons for that. More problematically, the resolution suggests that all anti-Zionism, it states that all anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. That is either intellectually disingenuous or just factually wrong. And it unfairly implicates many of my Orthodox former constituents in Brooklyn, many of whose families rose from the ashes of the Holocaust. While most anti-Semitism is indeed anti-Semitic, the authors, if they were at all familiar with Jewish history and culture, should know about Jewish anti-Zionism that was and is expressly not anti-Semitic. This resolution ignores the fact that even today, certain Orthodox Hasidic Jewish communities, the Satmar in New York and others, as well as adherents of the pre-state Jewish labor movement, have held views that are at odds with the modern Zionist conception. According to the Jewish Encyclopedia, quote, the anti-Zionist worldview of the ultra-Orthodox groups, like the Satmar Hasidim, perceives Zionism and the establishment of the State of Israel as an anti-Messianic act. That is to say that these ultra-Orthodox Hasidic Jews believe that only the Messiah can bring about the true Israel. And I assure you, the Satmar Hasidic Jews are certainly not anti-Semitic. I should also note that there are those who try to smear even progressive pro-Israel supporters with the inappropriate label of Israel hater or anti-Zionist. Under this resolution, those who love Israel deeply but criticize some of its policy approaches could be considered anti-Zionist. That could make every Democratic Jewish member of this body, because they all criticize the recent Israeli judicial reform package, de facto anti-Semites. Might that be the author's intention? Again, let me be unequivocally clear. Most anti-Zionism, particularly in this moment, has a real anti-Semitism problem. But we cannot fairly say that one equals the other. As the most senior Jewish member in this House, with perhaps the largest Jewish constituency in this country, I have always and will always support real, meaningful legislation to combat anti-Semitism. This, of course, is deeply personal for me and for so many of my constituents. Indeed, I take a backseat to no one in this body when it comes to fighting against this scourge. In the aftermath of October 7th, we have a moral obligation to act to protect our own Jewish citizens and our critical ally, Israel. I pray that the GOP majority makes today the day that they stop playing these partisan games and commit themselves to doing the real work to protect Jewish lives. There is not a single minute to spare. I reserve the balance of my time.
From New York reserves, the gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to include in the record an exchange of letters between the Foreign Affairs Committee and the Judiciary Committee concerning House Resolution 894.
Without objection.
I will say just briefly that I very much do applaud the gentleman from New York, who I think has shown tremendous leadership in many ways in standing up for Israel and fighting against anti-Semitism in this country. I think that one of the valuable things that we've seen over the last several weeks is that we have had bipartisan support on both counts. I actually sponsored a separate resolution dealing specifically with the problem of anti-Semitism on college campuses, and that got overwhelming bipartisan support on this floor. I think it only had about 21 no votes, and so that's been very encouraging. And then with respect to the three charges that were mentioned, number one, there is legislation in the House right now to codify the President's executive order, which I think it's important that we move forward. Number two, far from saying we shouldn't have an Office of Civil Rights within the Department of Education, I myself and Representative Burgess Owens wrote a letter to the head of the Office of Civil Rights in the Department of Education telling them they need to be doing more. They need to be more proactive in looking into anti-Semitic incidents at our universities, and we'd certainly welcome your support on that letter. And number three, as far as the protection for synagogues and other facilities, I'd be very interested in partnering with you on any such efforts. I would now like to yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Kustoff.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for managing the time today. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of this resolution that strongly condemns the dramatic rise of anti-Semitism both here in our nation and abroad. Last week, I had the privilege and the honor, frankly, of speaking with Amir Ohana, who is the Speaker of the Knesset. We discussed a lot of things. We talked about how, since Hamas's horrific and brutal terrorist attack against Israelis on October 7th, how life has changed not only in Israel, but around the world. We also talked about how we've seen an explosion, an absolute explosion of anti-Semitic incidents, attacks, and harassment in Israel, here in our own nation, and across the world. Mr. Speaker, two interesting statistics, if I can. According to the Anti-Defamation League, since the Hamas massacre on October the 7th, anti-Semitic incidences around this nation, our nation, have increased over 400% compared to the same time period last year. The second statistic, Mr. Speaker, more Jews have been murdered were murdered on October 7th than on any other single day since the Holocaust. Let that sink in. We've seen members of this very body repeat blatantly anti-Semitic rhetoric and spread lies about Israel and her right to exist. Let me be absolutely clear. Such hate has no place in the halls of Congress nor in our national discourse. It is our fundamental responsibility as leaders and as members of Congress to condemn and fight these horrific acts of hate and discrimination against the Jewish community. Now, that's why I'm proud to work with my colleague, Congressman Max Miller, to introduce this critical resolution to condemn and denounce all instances of domestic and global anti-Semitism. A few months ago, Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity, really the privilege, to take a group of people through the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum. A lot of us have been there, not too far away from here in the Capitol where we're standing. That museum serves not only as a reminder of the atrocities that took place during the Holocaust, but it also serves as a stark reminder that we can never forget the horrors of the Holocaust and that we, as leaders, have an obligation and a duty to make sure that it never happens again. For these reasons, I urge all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this very simple yet critical resolution. It's absolutely important that we send a clear and firm message to the world that the United States House of Representatives stands shoulder to shoulder with the Jewish community here in the United States and abroad. Mr. Speaker, as Jews around the world celebrate Hanukkah very soon in the next few days, we should remember the words of Rabbi Lord Jonathan Sacks. He said, quote, "Hanukkah tells us not to curse the darkness, but instead to bring light to the world. It tells us to fight back and not be afraid." We should truly heed those words. I thank my colleagues for supporting this resolution, and Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
I would like to let the gentleman from New York know that we have no further speakers and I am prepared to close.
The gentleman in reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we hear in this resolution about the opposition to anti-Semitism. As I said before, I would be more impressed with the sincerity of that opposition if the Republican Party were not trying to defund the Department of Education's Office for Civil Rights, the office that enforces Title VI to protect Jewish students on campus. And if the Republicans were not opposing an increase in funding for the Department of Education's Office for Civil Rights and for the high-risk nonprofit security grant program that protects our synagogues and other Jewish institutions. Mr. Speaker, the rise of anti-Semitism in the United States and across the world is a real and growing problem. I wish the majority would use its power to actually do something about it instead of playing partisan political games. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York yields. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I urge my colleagues to support this resolution, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 894? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Mr. Speaker, I request the
What purposes
yeas and
the
nays.
gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.